So. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Hello everyone. So yeah, for some reason Twitch decided to just give me a new stream key. I have no idea what caused that. That hasn't happened in like 8 years of streaming. So yeah, maybe that's like a global thing, maybe that's just because I don't know, whatever. It's very weird. Anyway, this hack was submitted 1 week ago. Just marked as a puzzle hack. And so, consequently, I am forced to play it, of course. The comments indicate that this is unfinished garbage. Anyway, I will play it anyway, because it's marked as a puzzle hack. Actually, I mean, the comments don't indicate that this is unfinished garbage. Mostly that this is unfinished, and the description reads extremely weirdly. Maybe this is not actual garbage. Who knows? I don't know anything about this. Hi, Magikey, enjoy nothing. So yeah, we have a debug room. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this beautiful? It's it has a layer 3 effect and a layer 2 effect. Wow. Hi Biop. Twitch didn't autoplay the stream. Yeah. You missed nothing except for me ranting about the stream key thing, I think. And about me saying that this is a puzzle hack. Apparently. That was submitted last week. So, I mean, I guess I'm in a debug room. I guess for some reason the debug room is the main way of accessing levels in this. And it seems like there are 14 levels? But the hack was marked as 9 exits. That is interesting. What is this? Is this just a goal? What am I even looking at? Also, I like that there's a left-right sign, but I actually can't move left. Also, a puzzle hack with no counter break. Apparently? So I can select this. Oh! Next page. Wow, that's surely a feature. Next page. You know what there isn't? A previous page. The end. But there is a first page. Mushroom houses. The end. You just murdered Toad. Yes, I just murdered Toad. You know what doesn't get a sad smiley? Killing Mario. Killing Mario is just perfectly accepted. By the way, didn't see this 80 here. 80, that's just a... What am I even playing here? This doesn't seem like a puzzle hack. Why am I playing this? This is... Oh no, it's the awful scrolling. I mean, I guess this is a hack. There should be like a potion somewhere, right? Where did you find this anyway? On the SMW Central Submission page that I regularly check because I am a moderator. And it is marked as a puzzle hack. Ah! I keep forgetting that in the SMB2 engine you're supposed to be able to stand on enemies' heads. Okay, so somehow we have an overworld. You can just walk random places. But only left-right and not left here, but up here. So you have like a secret path through the forest? Or what? Wow, is this surely a puzzle? I press random buttons and I... Wow, I get to the airship. Wow. Wow, this is surely a finished level. What? Is this a soft lock? It is not quite a soft lock. It is just completely pointless to go here, apparently. But maybe I'm supposed to get a cave and come back here. Now I just need to go through this invisible path through the forest again. Isn't this exciting gameplay? Wow, surely exciting gameplay. Okay, then we have tanks. I have a feeling this hack is in fact completely not complete. This... What am I even playing here? Like when I saw this hack is not finished, I thought it was like a demo or something that someone just abandoned. But no, there's like actually nothing except for a debug room. I guess I can go through the levels in the debug room. So we have an actual level here. Did I just say we have an actual level here? This doesn't seem like much of an actual level. I guess this is a puzzle now? Oh! Wait a second. I understand what went wrong with the stream key earlier. Ah! Okay. I blamed Twitch, but really I should be blaming OBS for resetting some of my settings, apparently. Ah. Maybe I should blame myself for fucking up an OBS setting accidentally? Or maybe I should blame OBS. I'm not sure what I should blame. But not Twitch, actually. Twitch is fine for once. Hmm. Aha, I see. I see, I see, I see. No, 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 I think partially I might be even to blame. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess that's a me problem. Okay, I didn't say anything. It's a me problem. Wait, did I just jump through the ceiling? Just blame everyone. What is this? How can you even fuck up a ceiling this badly? I'm just... What is going on? Okay, I think this is in fact not a puzzle hack, but rather just unfinished garbage. No, but I'm actually very confused about why OBS settings have changed. Is it? Oh, anyway. I'll check it later what I changed. But I think I accidentally tried to use a stream key from like 5 years back. This is a template level. Yes, I have OBS profiles. So apparently one of my other OBS profiles got selected, where I streamed onto a different channel, not this one. And yeah. Anyway, I think it's I'm not sure why OBS changed the profile, but it is in fact me choosing the wrong profile. By the way, what am I even playing here? This is like actually nothing. Oh wow, do we have the... We see the actual SNES sprite limit here. I'm not even sure what to like write in the rejection log for this. Except that there's like actually nothing. Like this is not a hack. What even is there? Please finish your hack. Also, there is no puzzle. I feel like I've seen these cactuses before. These cacti? Yeah, these cacti. I feel like I've seen these before. Maybe in Flying High again. I think these are actually the cacti from Flying High again. I mean, probably I've seen them elsewhere as well, but... Wow, this is surely gameplay that I am seeing here. I mean, I guess I'm going to climb up the vine. Pure excitement, I climbed up the vine. This is like... This is like the least... I mean, is this the least finished hack that I've ever seen uploaded to the section? I'm not sure. But it is definitely among them. Like, there's like legitimately nothing here. Like, what? I am... impressed. They set up all the X graphics, patches, and parts, and then just didn't build any levels, yeah. I mean, I guess this is the first thing resembling a level that I'm playing? Like, I have to actually move around? Like, is this a level? I mean, it somewhat resembles a level. Except that sort of the enemies went missing. And most of the gameplay. Do we get to see Boom Boom after this pipe? Is Boom Boom missing? Boom Boom is also missing. There was almost gameplay in that level. I have used this part myself. Did he though? Can't climb on this rope. I don't like that you can't climb on this rope. Wait, is this actually in the end? I don't think this is in the end. Oh. Really? Is this in the end? Because this is not from Earthbound, you know, and I feel like the end only used Earthbound ports. I mean, that's not entirely true, but maybe it is entirely true. Actually, I don't know a single counterexample to this claim. Also, scrolling was disabled. Hey, there's a chuck. It's getting up this... Ah, you can't even get up there like this. I guess it is, I mean, after all, it must be, I mean, this is possible, so it must be intended, right? So I just opened the script, and I noticed that this is SA1, thank you! Okay, this... Wow! Here they even forgot to insert the map 16. Why not use Dartsin's pitometer? I mean, I guess at this point I actually don't even have any answers to this anymore. But the practical reason here is, for historical reasons probably at this point, I am on an ancient version of BizHawk right now. And by ancient I mean like... almost a decade old at this point. Wait, how did this happen? Have I really been using the same emulator for a decade? Yes, I have been, but... wait, yeah, this is the level that I just died in. Seems like there's actual level. Like, I'm... confused. When did this happen? Ah, I was getting scared for a second that there would be an actual level in this hack, but don't worry. Surely there is no such thing as an actual level in this hack. Yeah, I should probably switch to like a more modern version of BizHawk and actually use the pitometer. Okay, but then the answer is I didn't know that this was SA1 to begin with, right? Because... Wait. Did the P-switch just make the boost spin? Yes, this is what happened. The P-switch made the boost spin. That's it. I mean, that's surely an exciting feature. Is that a public patch? Probably. Is this actual level design? Wow. Wow, is this an actual... Wow, there's even a key here. Wow, isn't this like... Wait, why is there a key but no keyhole and then just a door? You don't even keep the key. And then you enter the door and then you just fall onto a turnblock bridge. This is a very long fall. I did see the pipe, by the way. Is this like Lunar Magic 3? Is this like a Lunar Magic 3 tall level? Of course this pipe is not enterable. What did I even expect? Like a level? Let's see. If at least the pipe with the turn block. With the turn blocks on top is enterable. Maybe the puzzle is to keep the chuck. The puzzle is the chucks we found along the way or something. Can you wall catch to enter this pipe? Time to check. You can wall clip in this hack, so that's... I think this counts as a resounding no. That's too bad. Yeah. This is like a very long fall. I mean, at least these are actual turn blocks. But of course the pipe is not enterable. Because if you could enter the pipe, then maybe this would be a finished level, and this hack just doesn't have any of those. This reminds me that like there was something to the right at the beginning of this level. This is the only actual exit in this hack, it seems like. Oh wow, you can spin jump while holding an item. Wow. Oh, there's even a second goal. Yes, this orb was always yellow. There's even a second goal. Isn't this exciting? You can finish this level and oh wow! You see this? Wow, much excitement. You could actually make a puzzle with that. It's just very sad that it wasn't done. And now that I have a cape, I can maybe try to enter this pipe. I'm sure it's enterable. Now that I have a cape, I can check out more of... Which level was it? This one? Yeah, it was this one. Now that I have a cave, I can check out more of this level, right? Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? I'm so excited. I can see what's up here. Wow, that was surely worth it. Wait, there might be... No. Wow. Maybe there's something above the level, you know. Surely that's the pure excitement that we have been waiting for all this time. How do you get P-speed again in this game? Like this. Oh. I have the feeling that there's nothing above the level. The feeling that this is in fact everything that this level has to offer. Okay, but this was extremely exciting, right? Wow, much excitement. What else do we have? No, I wasn't already in here, right? Yeah, this was this level, okay. What else do we have? 103, it's a big level dot. Surely this means that there's a lot of level in here. Or he'll kill Toad. That's an interesting plot point, because I have in fact already killed Toad. I didn't even need Bowser for that. Look how much level we have here. We even have like a layer 3 parallax background. Wow, exciting, right? Unfortunately, there is still no level design in this. I mean, at least there was this room, which actually contained some amount of level design. Like, wow, look at how much level design there is. I mean, this actually is some amount of level design. Maybe I shouldn't hate on this too much, because this seems like the only actual level. Like, it has blocks and sprites placed in ways that are not completely stupid. Like, this is an actual level. And quite honestly, it is the only actual level. So here you get lots of potions. Unfortunately, you cannot interact with them. Which seems counterintuitive, because interacting with potions is like one of the main mechanics in SMB2, right? I mean, maybe not main mechanic, but it is actually somehow quite an important mechanic. Okay. But like, this is actual level design. Like, if this was in a hack, okay, people would maybe criticize the lack of enemies starting from here, but there used to be enemies, right? Maybe people would also criticize the fact that this door is weird. Also, for some reason I can't pick up this vegetable. Wow. Okay, maybe I should like actually play the game. Okay, no, This is actually a bit janky to do this with the cape, because somehow I keep turning around. Okay, this is extremely bad what I'm doing though. Although, like, having homing bullet bills in your Birdo boss fight in World 1 seems like a bit harsh. But anyway. Also, why does Birdo have so many hits? Also, why are there even two sources of bullet bills? Also, why is she shooting so many eggs? Like, what is going on? Normally there's like 255 frames between eggs or something, right? But this Birdo surely seems aggressive. This is like the most aggressive Birdo I've ever seen. What the fuck? Like, this the amount of just random shitty homing bullet bills that are just being shot here, and the fact that I can't jump on them lest I just stand on a ledge. And the fact that you can't spin land on these makes it even worse, and the fact that... Wow. Is this an actual level you can actually beat? But wow, is this boss annoying. But I mean, I'm not here to establish that a boss is annoying. It just means that this is not a puzzle hack, because the actual only level in this that was somehow finished was in fact not a puzzle. So I don't know why this is classified as a puzzle hack, because I haven't seen a single puzzle in here. Wow, is this gameplay? Can you actually make this jump? Wow! This guy sure likes throwing bones. This is like a tough jump, so I actually have to like jump off the edge. This... Can I please like wall clip? Please? Please? Okay, at some point I will wall clip. If I just say please often enough, I will, right? Am I clipping in the, like, am I trying to clip in the wrong place? I know that wall clips are possible, so like... For some reason... I can't jump off edges anymore. Like, I mean, this just doesn't hit, but... Okay, maybe you're just not supposed to make that jump. Or get a cape or something. I don't know. I'm sort of done with this at this point. Because this was in fact quite misadvertised. This is in fact not a puzzle hack. In fact, it is barely a hack at all. I mean, surely things were added. It's just that all of the levels went missing. Is the debug interface even ordered by world? I have no idea. But about the Birdo, that seemed like a Birdo that would appear in SMB 2 World 1, right? Because somehow the level was quite obviously trying to be like a copy or like a version of SMB 2. SMB 2's first level. Which does end with a Birdo. But does it? I think it does. This is surely a fitting music and a fitting background for this grassland ledge. Like, that's actually amazing. It's castle music on a cave background on a grassland ledge foreground. Wow. Shouldn't be here. Okay, and that's it. Wait, what? What did I just enter? Wait, why can't I recreate this? Wait, what did I enter? I have seen this room before. But why can I enter there? What? Is that like... Oh, look, there's one more entrance here. Ah. Yeah, it seems like the debug UI, which is like the only actual thing in this level, in this hack, also is not all that good. This is the castle room again? No! Huh. I can enter different levels here. Isn't this exciting? Can I maybe enter anything that I haven't seen before? Okay, I will read the creator's reply to Ampersand in the Hex comment section. Bro, this ain't a hobby of mine. I don't care if I didn't post it in the forum you felt I should. Emoji. I just wanted to post it because I can. This website has changed a lot and the mods here are weird. ... Yeah, a friend wanted to do a collab hack in early January but live. Yeah, it's a lot of nothing really. Purposeful crash at backdoor etc. I haven't actually encountered a purposeful crash yet. Wow, this means that I'm missing content. Wow! Subcon 1 is really the only level that's finished in some regards. Okay, agreed. It's a sandbox Mario hack. You can mess around or defeat the Ender Dragon if you so desire. Wait, how am I supposed to defeat the Ender Dragon on this? Am I just supposed to code it myself or something? You're gonna tell me that I can't make my Mario World the Mario World I want? Damn, I didn't know you were Miyamoto's fluffer. Even if you peek at it, unlocking the ROM doesn't unlock the journey and the puzzle behind it. But hey, you do you, guy. Exciting sandbox where I just select levels that don't exist and I keep running into the same level. But it's actually very interesting that he tells me to defeat the Ender Dragon in this. I haven't seen the Ender Dragon in here. It surely must be very well hidden. So the thing is, it would be quite funny to have like a sandbox Mario hack where you can actually just go defeat the Ender Dragon or something, right? It's just that somehow this is not it, because this is nothing. There's no sandbox in here. It's just a bunch. It's just a debug menu with some unfinished levels. Like, am I supposed to build the hack myself before I play it, or what? What's the point in this? Oh, there's more. There's more path. I was about to get excited, but there's nothing here. But also I'm a bit confused because you just cannot walk to the left at the beginning, which means that like most of the stuff that looks like it should be accessible, aka this and this and this and this and this and this and this, they're all not accessible. Or maybe even this locked door, right? You can't even approach this. So yeah, I think this is enough for time spent with this hack. Also, yeah. Anyway. Okay, anyway, so what do I do now? Um, I mean, I guess I can just play the easy two-screen puzzle for 4 hours, not making any progress yet. Again, right? Just play the easy two-screen puzzle. Have you seen S&W retro achievements? No, I have not. I have never actually interacted with retro achievements at all. There's some ones like get a key in the eye. What? Where? What? Anyway. Interesting stuff, but not actually what I would want to do. So I guess it's back to easy two-screen puzzle. There. Oh, isn't that exciting? By the way, this state is of course a dead state, but let's see. I haven't touched this hack in. Wait, why does this crash the game? I guess this is a state in which I have done something wrong. Why does this crash the game? Huh. Mildly concerning. Cheated power-up state, probably. It's been like 5 weeks since I last opened this. I have no idea what I did the last time. I mean, I guess I did try around with cheated power-up states. Yeah, I mean, it is one of the things I tried. Yep, you're right. Cheated power-up states. Power-up state 37 hex, to be precise. Yes, exactly. Okay, right. I mean, I still have like some physical notes on a piece of paper, on a sheet of paper next to me. Right, and then I used S-Hex to poke around in a certain weird routine. And found out that the inbuilt disassembler in S-Hex incorrectly disassembles one opcode, which caused everything to be off by 1. Good times. Yes, definitely good times. Hmm. Hmm. We have the disassembly. What's the it's give power up the routine that I was checking? No, how's it called? Get power up? No, also no. How's this stupid routine called? Touched power up. Okay. 01C538. Need to check what was happening in there again. Okay, there was a weird jump to 90B01F. Maybe I should actually show you what I'm doing. Wow, isn't this exciting? A disassembler. So there was this weird JML 90B01F. Also, why is the emulator hanging? I don't know, but it's annoying, so let me just pause it. It's like less annoying than having no music at all. More annoying than having no music at all. Anyway, that's why I have no music at all now. So we have JML 90B01F. I have a feeling that this is disassembled incorrectly. It should just be data? Should it be data? Probably should be data, right? No. Apparently we have a BEQ to here. I am extremely confused. Oh no, wait, this is LD, but why are we... this is data. Okay, this is actual code. This is like loading a table entry and then it JSLs. This is the pointer trampoline. Right. Not being used for nefarious purposes for once, like actually actually the correct thing. And then this should be data, I think. I don't think you want to ADC C5X relatively ever in SNW. So let's go to 90B01F and let's just double check what was happening in there. 90B01F. Whoop. What was happening here again? Good thing I know how to use this program efficiently. What's an A right now? Now I should go back again. It's like a thing in a lot of tools. For the last tool I used bound control G to something else. So let's just say Maybe. Maybe that's like common, but it's not in the tools I use typically. Okay, so what was in here? We LDA C510. What's C510? C510 is item to put in the item box. C510, and then we go to 90B01F. Okay. What? I'm so confused. Oh, this does actually work. Why didn't it work earlier? Anyway. Okay, then we have up CMP14. Right. It was the thing that if you get a cloud in the item box, right? Because like sprite. Was it cloud? Wait, mushroom is 74. So it's an offset of 73. 73 plus 14 is 87, and sprite 87 is the cloud. Yes, okay, so this is right. This is the code that checks if you get a cloud in the item box. And then it checks. And then it checks. What's A3 again? Right, then it checks for the sprite in slot 5. And it checks whether that's a brown platform. And if that's the case, then LDA AE STA0 DC2, LDA0B STA1 DFC. This is some music stuff. I mean, this is just to get something in power up box sound. And this LDA AE STA0 to DC2 gives you something in the item box. Now I just need to check what AE is again. So I add 73 to AE. How do you add 73 to AE? In particular, do you care about the carry? You don't care about the carry. You don't care about the carry. 73 AE. How do you do arithmetic? It's just 11, right? 73 plus AE? Is that 11? No, it's not 11. 73 plus AE, that's 21. 73 plus AE is 21. Yeah. Right, a moving coin. Okay, so if you get a cloud in your item box, then it jumps to C560 for you. What's that again? And then it gives you a routine that, no, it just jumps into an RTS, right. So this jumps into an RTS. Okay, so the point is, this routine checks whether you should get a cloud in the item box, and then as long as a brown platform is in slot 5, it replaces your cloud by a moving coin, and if there's no brown platform in slot 5, then instead it skips the open ace, the open bus ace right for you. So instead you don't crash. So it just helps you by making sure getting the cloud doesn't crash. I have no idea why that's helpful though. Why is that relevant at all? Not crashing the game when you get cloud. Like, why is that relevant whatsoever? I guess I asked exactly that same question last time as well and got confused as well. But I guess that's the problem. Why do you care about cloud? And then there's this extremely weird message box. 05 minus 16, hashtag 1 question mark, a question mark, hashtag 1 line Yoshi paw. Which, I mean, you can't see it right now. Let me just open it in game, just so that you can also see it, because I mean, getting to it is easy from this state. I just need to hide all of this garbage. Right, there's this message box. And I am extremely confused by this message box. Also, should maybe update stream title. Let me update the stream title. Easy two-screen puzzle. Okay, we have this message box. Which I have no idea what this is trying to tell me, still. Like, why do I care about any of these numbers? What are they trying to tell me? Like, is the number 94 one that I'm familiar with? Is the number 91 one I'm familiar with? Is the number 70 one I'm familiar with? I feel like I don't know any of these numbers. And that's sort of the problem, that I have no idea what this is trying to tell me. We have H and B, but sometimes we have question mark, and one of the H's is replaced with a cursor sign instead. And for some reason, one of the B values is 3 digits instead of 2 digits, like the other one. And H91 and question mark, question mark results in nothing at all. Whereas H70 and B10 results in 94. Like, what is this trying to tell me? Like, this is very confusing. What is this trying to tell me? What is this trying to tell me? What is this trying to tell me? Also, this reminds me why I don't typically use this Berserk version. Why do I use this again? Alright, because it gives the better trace logs. For some reason, it sometimes frame drops. For reasons unbeknownst to me. But it does that. That gives the better trace logs. For some reason it doesn't run stably. Very annoying. Anyway, it still doesn't tell me what these numbers are. Okay, so what is any of this supposed to mean? I mean, there's just like so many question marks in there that, like, even if there is a pattern in the numbers, I'm pretty much not going to find it, right? Like, how can this message box be ever useful to me? Like, somehow I'm supposed to extrapolate from 70, 10 goes to 94. I'm supposed to extrapolate everything else. Because every other line is incomplete in some sense, right? And even this is incomplete. Zero 5 minus 16 1A 1 line Yoshi paw. What's this trying to tell me? This is so confusing. Like, what's 94? 94 is somehow a number I'm supposed to know. What is any of this supposed to tell me? Clearly it means the player X position. Clearly. It is extremely clear that it means that. Yes. Just open the script, surely it will help. Literally no other interpretation for the number 94. I wish I had like any interpretation for the number 94. I mean, any that would actually be interesting. I mean, of course I can interpret the number 94 in various different ways. It's just that all of them are supremely uninteresting. I mean, Sprite 94. What's Sprite 94 again? Sprite 94 is the Whistling Chuck. Whistling Chuck can give the winged key. If you eat it while small. Whatever H70B10 means. Then, and why ever the 94 is here instead of like on the left side. Whatever the winged key has to do with any of this. Also, wow, is this emulator running unstably. Genuinely impressive. Okay. What does the 70 and the 10 mean then? If 94, I assume 94 means Whistling Chuck. Which it could mean, because after all 94 does mean Whistling Chuck. But then what does the 70 and the 10 mean? Like 70? 10? $70, 10. I mean, sort of interpreting 94 as Whistling Chuck seems like an interpretation, but I have no idea if that's the interpretation. What is any of this supposed to mean? Like, all of this is confusing. Like, somehow that's the big problem. Like, no part of this message box makes sense to me. What could 70 mean? What could 07 mean? What could 91 mean? What do any of these mean? What does the top row mean? (05 minus 16 1A 1 line Yoshi paw). What could be minus 16? Could be 5. Could any of this be so confusing? Like, somehow this message box is supposed to tell me something, I guess, but it's just very unclear to me what it means. Like, it's unclear to the point that, like, setting up Ace off the of the flying question block seems like an easier solution to the puzzle than whatever this is trying to tell me. At least there I know what I'm going for. But I don't want to do that. Because that's stupid. And for some reason... For some reason this is supposed to help me. Right. My other notes are: how do you get a key in your item box when you collect a mushroom? How do you get an orb in the item box when you collect a mushroom? And how do you get a cloud in the item box when you collect a mushroom? Unfortunately, getting a cloud in the item box is also completely useless. But getting an orb in the item box would be useful. The problem is that getting an orb in the item box requires you to have power up state 87. And getting power up state 87 is going to be a bit annoying, which is why I also don't want to do that. Even though it would be presumably possible to set up. With a lot of pain. But presumably possible. Just very painful. But probably too painful. I don't want to do that either. Instead, I want to understand what this is trying to tell me, because presumably somewhere in this mess of numbers, there's an elegant way of figuring out the puzzle. Right, because somehow I don't want to find a garbage solution to the puzzle. Good evening, Dotsin. You missed nothing. Actually, that's not entirely true. You missed oh, actually, you missed nothing. So welcome to me staring at this screen for... You missed the message box that you... Oh! You ignored this message box. I've been trying to figure out what this message box is trying to tell me for like the past 20 minutes, it feels like. That's not entirely true, but it's... maybe like 15. And then you missed KOREHA, right. A beautiful waiting hack in the section that you should just ignore. Because there's just nothing in there. The sandbox Mario. Hey, this is... I don't want to talk about it. I just want to like press the reject button and leave like a one-liner. That's going to happen after stream. You can do BRKAs now. Any hack is a sandbox hack. Yes. Okay, so what is this trying to tell me, this message box? 05, minus 16, 1A, 1 line Yoshi, pause, 70, 10, 94, 070, question marks. This is just very confusing. Very annoying. That none of this makes sense. Because actually nothing makes sense here. It is truly one of the message boxes of all time. It's one of the message boxes of all time. 70, 10, 94. 70, 10, 94. This is so... What am I supposed to go off of here? H70, B10, Arrow 94. What does H mean? What does B mean? What does 94 mean? What does 70 mean? What does 10 mean? Is 70 a number I should know? '70 is the pokey. Sprite 70 is the pokey. No idea why H should mean sprite ID. It could mean that, it could mean any amount of other things. I mean, H is probably not the correct way to refer to the sprite ID of anything. But what do I know? 70, 10, 94. H for sprite. Yes, yes, yes. Exactly. Yes, this makes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly what I needed. This confirmation. I mean, assuming I interpret the other things as sprite IDs. What's 91? 91 is the charging chuck. Huh. guess I could try to... eat a charging chuck? What does B10 mean? I mean, assume 70 means pokey. Which it could mean. But then what does B10 mean? And what does the 94 mean? Wait. Wait. Is the implicit claim here that no. Well, maybe that is the claim. Test. Because one thing, okay, one thing that is remarkable about these numbers is that 94 plus 73 is 07. Now you might think that that's a completely uninteresting observation because 94 plus 73 is 07. Okay, great. What's special about 73? But 73 is the index for how the item box ID transfers over to the sprite ID. Right. So if you have 94 in the item box, then that spawns a yellow Koopa. And I remember from testing, like 5 weeks ago, that there was some way in this level to somehow get a yellow Koopa in the item box. I do remember that. Was it via the Pokey? I have no idea. But I mean, somehow there was this observation in this... I mean, somehow 5 weeks ago, there was the observation. I mean, just... recap, what happened 5 weeks ago? I have no idea what actually happened 5 weeks ago, but the only thing, or one of the few things that I still remember, or maybe it was 6 weeks ago, who knows, is that if you Yoshify the brown platform, then under certain conditions, and I forgot what these certain conditions are. Do I still have... were the certain conditions? Wait, what were the certain conditions? Under certain conditions. Under certain conditions, namely the sprite X speed for slot 5 and the bounce sprite Y position low byte for slot 2 being correct. Under these circumstances, something happens. What happens then again? Under these circumstances, some tweaker bytes of some sprites get overwritten. Namely, the tweaker bytes of the sprite in slot 5 get overwritten. Right, this was the claim. The claim was if you Yoshify this brown platform and spit out the content of this brown platform's mouth, then if this bounce sprite Y position for bounce sprite slot 2 has the correct value, by correct value I mean has the second most significant bit set, I think. I think that was the condition. Under this condition, some of the tweaker bytes for the sprite currently in slot 5 get overwritten, and the values that they get overwritten with depend on the sprite X speed of that sprite in slot 5. And the reason why this works is that the content of this brown platform's mouth is sprite slot 1D. So when spitting out the content of sprite slot 1D, it checks whether the sprite in slot 1D has the tweaker bit, spawns a new sprite set, which happens to resolve to the bounce sprite Y position low byte of bounce sprite slot 2. If that bit is set, then instead of spitting out the sprite currently in the brown platform's mouth, it should first be converted to a different sprite, and in converting it to a different sprite, its tweaker bytes need to be reloaded. And what are the tweaker bytes that it's that are loaded? Well, they depend on which sprite is currently in slot 1D, which happens to be the sprite X speed for slot 5. That's what determines which sprite is currently in slot 1D. And so, depending on which properties, depending on what sprite is currently in there, that determines which sprite is currently being spawned, and which sprite is being spawned determines which tweaker bytes are being loaded, and which tweaker bytes are being loaded changes which tweaker bytes are being written, but the tweaker bytes are being written to, of course, the tweaker bytes of sprite slot 1D, which happen to be with some offset the tweaker bytes of sprite slot 5. Did that explanation make sense? I hope it did, because that's what happens. And so, in overwriting the sprite slots of the tweaker bytes of sprite slot 5, in doing so, I can make every sprite. I mean, every with some extreme caveats, of course, in this. I can make every sprite with extreme caveats behave like a power-up. In particular, I can make sure that its fourth and fifth tweaker bytes have a certain property. Namely, I can make it a power-up, and I can disable or not set the tweaker byte that determines whether the sprite stays in Yoshi's mouth. And if I do these things, then then I get access to like a whole new world of power-ups, right? You thought power-ups were power-ups, you thought trucks were power-ups, well now everything can be a power-up. Isn't that great? Including this shitty Pokey. Right? You can make this Pokey be a power-up. The only thing that you need to make sure is that its horizontal speed is one of the values 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, minus 34, minus 33, or minus 15. Now, if you've ever looked at a Pokey, you will know that a Pokey normally does not have any of the horizontal speeds. 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, minus 34, minus 33, or minus 15. But you can stun the Pokey and drop the Pokey head with that speed. I'm afraid that's my best plan. But it's technically possible to make the Pokey move at that speed. I mean, that's the lesson. And if you make the Pokey move at that speed, and also be in sprite slot 5, and also make sure that the bounce sprite slot and bounce sprite in bounce sprite slot 2 has the correct Y position, which this one will not have the correct Y position, only this one will have the correct Y position. But if you ensure all of these things, then you can make every sprite turn into a power-up. You can eat a Pokey, right? Is that a weird thing to ask? No, that's not a weird thing to ask. Yes, you can eat a Pokey. It's done in the title screen movie of Vanilla SNW. I mean, because it spawns a new sprite in most cases. Yes? Which might not have the properties anymore? Wait, what's the claim here? I'm confused about what's the problem right now. So if the thing you were concerned of is that if you spit out a Pokey, it might change its sprite ID. Then the answer is no. If you stun a Pokey, then the thing that you spit out is actually sprite 70. It's actually a legitimate Pokey, if this was your concern. Because, I mean, some sprites have the property that if you spit them out, you change their sprite ID, but Pokeys are not among them. When you eat a Pokey, Yoshi follows a Pokey segment which is in a different sprite slot than the original Pokey. Which can be a good or a bad thing, right? Because I just need something in sprite slot 5 which has sprite ID 70. Also, you can do the first frame eat cancel if you really don't want to spawn a new Pokey segment. The first frame eat cancel won't spawn a new Pokey segment, I think. Shouldn't. Because, I mean, somehow the plan is anyway to stun this Pokey at some point. And if I do a first frame eat cancel, then no segment is being spawned, so then I don't care. And even if I don't, then I guess I just make sure that the new Pokey segment is going to be in Sprite Slot 5? Am I somehow missing the point of the complaint? Or of the issue raised? Because I feel like this is at least very solvable. In comparison to like a huge amount of other problems that this approach right now has. Which is, for example, I have no idea how to activate this block. I in particular have no idea how to activate this block such that the bounce sprite lands in slot 2. Do we turn the Pokey into a power-up or a different sprite? We turn the literal Pokey into a power-up. Or rather, we turn a stunned copy of this Pokey into a literal power-up. So somehow the setup right now would be the setup right now would be take the Pokey, stun it, make sure that it is stunned that this stunned Pokey is in slot 5. Then put something permanent in Yoshi's mouth, somehow Yoshify this platform. By the way, don't ask how I do this. I don't know. Somehow. Surely it's possible. Somehow Yoshify the platform. while the stunned copy of the Pokey is moving with one of the horizontal speeds that I listed at some point, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, blah, blah, blah. And if you do this, then that Pokey, that stunned Pokey, will now be a power-up, in the sense that its Tweaker bit will be set. And so if you now swallow this Pokey, this stunned copy of the Pokey, that you made sure moved at a horizontal speed of 5, 7, 10, 11, 12 while you were Yoshifying this platform, then by doing this, you will have turned the Pokey into a power-up, so if you now swallow this Pokey, you will get a power-up. And which power-up do you get? Well, just check the table, right? Just check the table. Or rather, just try it out in an emulator. I guess that's somehow the more sensible thing to do. I should have somewhere maybe a save set where I do this. If you lick a stunned Pokey, does it spawn a new Pokey segment? Oh. If you lick a stunned Pokey, does it spawn a new Pokey segment? This is an excellent question. And it is further complicated by the fact that we completely mess up the Pokey's Tweaker bits. Completely, right? Like, we destroy the Pokey's Tweaker bits. Which may or may not play a role in all of this. I mean, I guess the point is I can just test this, right? I mean, this is something you can just test. So, time to set up test ROM. Okay. Also, can someone make a 256 by 256 version of... Oh, God. Yes. Oh, no. I mean, somehow, arguably, it would be more interesting to have... I mean, it would already be useful, at least for this purpose, to have like a 256 by 4 copy. Just in the other direction, right? Because currently it takes all of the sprites that are power-ups and all states of Mario. I guess this is the table you're referring to, right? This is the thing that takes every state of Mario and everything that's normally a power-up and tells you everything about these things. But what would also be interesting is somewhat the same table, but different, but transposed in a sense, right? So for every sprite, but only the normal power-up states. Get that. I mean, somehow that would, of course, be strictly less useful than a 256 by 256 version. It would still be quite useful already. Also, oh god, I just see what my last setup in the the last thing I tested in the test draw. Oh god, I cannot show this. Oh no. Oh no. People will get very mad if I don't show this. Oh no. Oh no. You missed nothing. You missed me opening my test ROM and being like, oh fuck, I made something. I will not show what I'm doing in the test ROM. It's my general purpose test ROM. Okay, so that's done a Pokey. And let's... Yeah, you probably couldn't tell what I was doing in that setup anyway. But if you could, I really wouldn't want that. This is... it is one of the things I made. I'm not sure if I ever want to use this in a hack. Actually, I kind of do. I kind of want to use it. But... it's something. Okay. Well, that was safe to show, but also it wasn't what I wanted to see. Okay. So first of all, the thing I spit out is actually a Pokey. So that's the first good thing. The less good thing is that you do in fact spawn a Pokey segment. Okay. Now let's destroy this Pokey's Shrieker bits. Just using the console for now. Just using like the RAM watch, whatever for now. Just using... Fuck, which Shrieker bits am I even trying to cheat? No, this is bad. This is bad. This is... I'm going to mess up the wrong tweaker bytes and in the process test the wrong things. But okay, I want to give power up when eaten by Yoshi to be set. So 16.7a, what's a plus 8? A plus 8 is 2 with 1 carry, so it's 1682 and 1682 and 16.8e. 1682 and 16.8e is what I want to change. So let's take 1682 and 16.8e and let's just say I want give power up when eaten by Yoshi and I want stay in Yoshi's mouth not be set. I mean, stay in Yoshi's mouth is definitely not set in here. But it's not the power-up bit that's set. Okay, so the problem is that for some reason, I mean, I see what the reason is. The reason is that this does not spawn... This does not spawn. This doesn't give me a power-up because it spawns a new sprite. Huh. That's bad. Why does it work this way? Actually, why does it work this way? Is it just a general interaction that when Yoshi tries to lick a Pokey, then it tries to spawn a new sprite? Because somehow it's not this Pokey's normal sprite routine being responsible for it anymore, right? Because this is just a Pokey. I mean, this is a Pokey, but this is a stunned Pokey, so somehow the code that is being run for it is mostly the shell code. But yeah, I mean, I see your concern. Let's just check the disassembly. There are 84 mentions of Pokeys. Okay, try eat sprite. Subroutine to attach a sprite to Yoshi's tongue if applicable. Return if not in contact, return if not edible. SFX for tonguing a sprite Yoshi can't eat. 9, blah blah blah. Okay. Sprite is edible in contact. LDA 9EY, CMP 70, BNE 0F5FB. So if it's a Poke, we go here. STY 185E, LDA 01, SEC, SBC, CLC, ATC, PHX, TYX, JSL, remove Poke segment. What's 185E? What? Okay, the SMWC RAM map description of 18.5E is incomplete, but sure. If no sprite slots are available, don't spawn anything. Sprite Yoshi grabs when eating a Poke. Spawn a new Poke on Yoshi's tongue. YXPPCCCT comes from Tweaker bytes. JSL init sprite tables. But what happens if I do JSL finds pre-sprite slot BMI return 01? What if finds pre-sprite slot just gives FF back? Because it could a priori, right? A priori this could return FF, and then the BMI branches. And then we skip this guy. Ah, but then store slot on Yoshi's tongue is not being executed. Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. Oh. Oh no. Time to change my time to change my test ROM in order to have like lots of sprites here, just to fill a bunch of sprite slots. So okay, so let's assume for a second that every sprite slot is full. I mean, there's not an assumption every sprite slot is full. This is the most useless nonsense ever. Ah, but you see, in the situation I'm in here, what I just described only works anyway if I already have another Yoshi, right? So somehow the point is I need to have two Yoshis anyway, because after Yoshifying the brown platform, I still need a Yoshi to eat the Poke. So why don't I just store a sprite on the invisible Yoshi's tongue? Right, so I Yoshify the brown platform, but then the invisible Yoshi becomes visible after the Yoshification has ended. After the Yoshification has ended, the Yoshi will become visible, the other Yoshi. And then, if there was a sprite on its tongue, then it will retract and eat. And that will work, right? So that's the solution to that problem. I just need to make sure that I set up the sprite on that invisible Yoshi's tongue. Was that the plan anyway? I'm not sure. I think that was not my actual plan. But good that you figured that out. Good that you pointed that out. But somehow it's a solvable problem. Somehow that's solvable. You just store a sprite on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. Okay, so you spawn two Yoshis. You store sprite slot 5 on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. You take the visible Yoshi. You Yoshify the brown platform. You spit out the content of its mouth. While having a stunned Pokey in slot 5, you move the stunned Pokey in such a way that its tweaker bits get overwritten the correct way. The Yoshification ends, the Yoshi becomes visible, the other Yoshi becomes visible, it retracts its tongue, the now power-up Pokey spawns on that Yoshi's tongue, it swallows, and you get a power-up. And now the question is just, is that actually somehow, what's the power-up that you get? Maybe I should set this up in the test ROM. I have a way to cheat here, so I will just do that. What are you? You are the winged cage. Ah. I don't want to do this with the Pokey anyway. Ah, no. No. I don't want to be Fire Mario. I just don't want to be Fire Mario for this. What do I want to be? I guess small? Oh fuck, that was not what I wanted to do. Let's find out the power-up state for this. 0? Oh. I should maybe set the power-up. I should maybe set up everything correctly. I should maybe set up everything correctly with a bit more leeway. Oh. Let's crash the game. I don't like it when things crash the game. Oh, this also crashed the game. Apparently I want to be caped. And then I get and then I get a Koopa in my item box. Can I be caped? Ah yeah, I can be. How do you get cape in this? You item swap this guy. Such that there's a cape in there. Okay, great. Okay, so I want to be caped. Okay, I mean, somehow if the message box H70 hashtag B10 goes to 94 I mean, assuming that actually means, for some godforsaken reason, take a pokey and get 94 into your item box. Which, I mean, it could claim that... Wait, maybe the H just stands for hex, and the B just stands for binary. Then it would claim that hex 70, binary 10, goes to 94. And binary 10 is indeed Cape Mario. Right? 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 I'm not going completely insane here. This is an actual true statement. So then the next line would mean hex 07, binary 00 goes to unknown. Well, thank you. I guess implicit in the claims that the game doesn't crash if I do this. LM, yes, but actually, but actually, OBS wasn't showing the correct instance of BizHawk anyway, because I have two instances of BizHawk open, if you couldn't guess, and it's still showing the one with a right. So, I mean, just briefly, this is my streaming setup is not set up for two instances of BizHawk being open at the same time. So here you go. 0700 goes to question mark. I guess implicit in the claim in this line is that the game doesn't crash if I do this. Okay, so let's just check. Now I have to show you the other instance of this hawk again. Somehow that's the problem, right? Okay, so I have to manipulate the tweaker bits of this guy. To not stay in Yoshi's mouth anymore. Okay, so this crashes the game. That's good. It means that it's at least a power-up. And if I'm now small, then this doesn't crash the game. And it spawns sprite 5F. This is actually an observation that I've already made before. That in this way you do get a brown platform. Except that it doesn't work. Does it work? Where would its hitbox be? Would be somewhere up here. Ah no, it does work. Huh. There you go, we have a brown platform. Isn't that exciting? I have no idea why I would want that, but I guess I can do power-up incrementation now. If I'm really desperate. I'm not sure how desperate I want to be yet. Ah, by the way, there was the question last time the question came up. Assuming that you actually have a brown platform, how are you even going to do power-up incrementation using it? Because after all, it spawns in such a way that like its hitbox is going to be up here. Well, here's the answer. You item swap it. And then eat cancel the item swap. And that way you can place it any way you want. Is that an extremely desperate move? Yes. Is it possible? Also yes. Truly exciting times we live in. So how do I interpret the next few lines? Question mark 1, B00, 1 question mark. So this means, as small Mario, you eat a sprite whose index ends on 1 and you get a 1 question mark. Now you could interpret this as H91, B00, 1 question mark. You could interpret it in this way, right? And that's not a completely stupid interpretation, because it means if you eat a charging chuck as small Mario, you get a cloud. Which is indeed 1 question mark. Right, and somehow from reading the disassembly of this hack, I know for a fact that cloud is important for this. But then what's the next line? It's H91, question mark, question mark, question mark. Arrow, nothing. Arrow, question mark, hashtag B, 3 digits. So what does B 3 digit mean? It means, I hope you have done power up incrementation now. Right, because if I interpret this, and for some reason it was 0, 0, right? So it could a priori be 0, 0, 0. But I'm going to assume it means something like 1, 0, 0. But the thing that really confuses me is that it says H91, question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh no, why is there not an H here? There's just an arrow here. So somehow something truly scary is happening at this point. Right? Something truly scary is happening at this point. You're going to see this assembly in a second once I figured out how the routine was called that I want to open. It's touched power up. Ah, yeah. Okay, here. There you go. Was minus 16 one of the relevant X speeds? No. The relevant X speeds seem to be 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, minus 34, minus 33, and minus 15. Minus 16 would be F0, but F0 is not what I want. I want F1, apparently. So the question is, what are the tweaker bytes of sprite to F1? And we can just check what are the tweaker bytes of sprite F1, right? Yeah, this makes me unhappy. The fact that this minus 16 doesn't seem to have a clean interpretation in this sense. I'm just going to check the tweaker bytes just to make sure that I haven't messed up. So I want the second tweaker byte to have its second most valuable bit set. So I go to the second tweaker byte table. I note that this is entry C8. This is entry C9 of this table. This is entry C9. So this is entry D9. This is entry E9. And this is entry F1. And its second most valuable bit is set. I think we agree on this. And then I want the third tweaker byte, which this is the table for the third tweaker byte, but I want the F first entry of this table, which is all the way over here. I want its second least valuable bit to be not set. And I think we agree that the second least valuable bit of this is not set. I mean, the least valuable bit is set, but the second least valuable set is not set. Bit that's not set. And these are the two bits that I want to. And somehow the problem is, despite these being 2-bit conditions, right? These are 2-bit conditions. So generically, you would expect these to be satisfied a fourth of a fourth of the time, roughly, right? This is somehow what the generic behavior would be. But this is not what happens. Instead, there are exactly 8 out of 256 values that work, which are the values that I've set so many times. Not 64 out of 256 conditions, or roughly like that. It's 8 out of 256 conditions being imposed by asking 2 bits to have certain values. That's extremely weird in some sense. A very non-generic behavior. These are very non-random numbers. But yeah, so this is maybe something. Yeah, that's a good observation. Why should they be random? Because any sufficiently compressed data should be random. And somehow the tweaker bits are an extreme compression of the sprite behavior in some sense, right? I mean, somehow that's a heuristic, right? Like sufficiently compressed data should behave roughly randomly. Because that's you want compressed data to have maximum entropy. Because if there was any entropy left, if it wasn't maximum entropy, you could compress further. So somehow this tells you that tweaker bits are very bad compression for sprite behavior. And this is somehow the heuristic behind it. But yeah. I mean, if you want to maximize the entropy in a compressed data format, because otherwise you could compress further. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. But okay. So what does this mean then? What does this mean? Like, what does this line mean? This is extremely confusing to me. So okay. So this line could be. I mean, this line probably just really means what I claim it means, right? If you eat a power-up Pokey while being Cape Mario, you get 94 in your item box. If you add a power-up yellow Koopa while being small Mario, you get something in your item box and the game doesn't crash. If you eat a certain sprite ending in 1 while being small Mario, you get a certain sprite starting in 1 in your item box. For example, if you eat a Charge and Chuck as small Mario, you get a Cloud. If you eat a Charging Chuck with some specific power-up state, who knows which one this is, but I don't understand what this means. I don't understand what this means. I don't understand what this means. This. Because somehow the claim doesn't seem to be. The claim doesn't seem to be if you eat a chuck, a charging chuck. with some specific power-up state, you get something. And if you then eat the something with a very high power-up state, you get something very useful. Perhaps that should be something very useful here. That seems to be not the claim. It's that the claim seems to be something else, and I don't understand the claim. That's somewhat the problem. I don't understand what this claim here is. It's formatted quite differently to the other things, right? Because somehow the claim seems not to be. If you eat chuck, you get something, and then if you eat the something, you with the very high power up state, you get something. The claim reads more like, yeah, 91 is charging chuck. Seems to be if you eat a charging chuck with some power up state. And then do something, right? Because yes, charging chuck is the one that gives you a cloud, right? So this is somehow what this line means, I think. Because the cloud is, what's the cloud? The cloud is sprite ID 87, which is power up, which is in the item box counts as 14. It was modified in such a way that the jump to open bus is patched out. It just gets like abridged. And if there is a brown platform in slot 5, a brown rotating platform in slot 5, then your cloud gets replaced by a moving coin. Oh! Is the claim that if you get a moving coin here, is the claim that if you get a moving coin here and you touch it in power up state 4, then you get something very useful? Is that the claim? Because somehow this surely means, if this means power up cape state, this means power up state cape, and this means power up state small, then this means power up state at least 4, right? So I guess the question is, what happens if you eat a moving coin in power up state 4? I have no idea why this moving coin thing exists, by the way. This is extremely confusing to me. Because somehow this seems to me to be something very weird. But somehow, a moving coin is a power-up, right? And so, in particular, it will behave differently depending on the power-up state that you have. I think that's how power-ups work. Is that actually a true statement? Maybe what I'm saying is actually wrong. Yeah, because this just got skipped. LDA9E, CMP21, BNE touched power-up. Otherwise, you just JSL here. And in particular, there is no LDA19 in here. And before this also got changed. I don't trust this hacker anymore. Ever since I know that there's this insane check for giving you a moving coin if there is a brown platform in slot 5. Ever since I know that that check exists. I am careful about what's happening in this hack. So what's the address that I want to go to? 01C4CF. Maybe I should disassemble 01C4AC already. 01C4AC. 01C4AC. The C? How can I see what I'm selecting? This is C. Maybe disassemble all of this. So it should start JSR. Yeah, okay. JSR BCC. Yes. This looks, if I just compare it to what I just looked at, this looks very, very identical. PCS, STZ 14C8, LDA9EX, CMP21, BNE 01C538, JSL 05B34A, LDA 15F. Yeah, okay, this looks completely identical to me. Let's just double check that the 05B34A wasn't changed. 05B3 4A? No, 4A. Okay, there seems to be some data here, which I maybe shouldn't have disassembled. But this looks fairly vanilla to me. But let's just double check with some amount of care. But it doesn't seem like there was anything fancy done here. No, this is fine. Okay. So all of this is fine. This is all vanilla. So in particular, the moving coin is really completely useless. Because the moving coin already has the give power up flag set, and it is specifically special case to be useless. But then what does this mean? I mean, this seems to me to mean charging chuck. Moving coin. But also I want to point out that I have no idea where that charging chuck should come from, right? So maybe it means something else. I mean, after all, where should that charging chuck come from? There is no charging chuck here. On the other hand, there in general just is no sprite ending in 1. Except for the moving coin, which is of course 21. But I think I just established by reading the disassembly that the moving coin will never put something into your item box. That's a true statement. I mean, it has the power-up flag set. But that's on purpose for once. That's actually intended. But then where would the charging chuck come from? And so somehow what's the claim here? It's somehow 0700 question mark question mark. And what does it give? It does give a brown platform. And so in particular, the brown platform notably is 5F, not something ending in 1, right? It's the brown rotating platform on a chain. The one in Yoshi's Island 3 that's used basically nowhere else. The one famous for power-up incrementation. And being a generally shittily coded sprite. So somehow, I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. And then, I mean, maybe it really does just mean if you eat a chuck, then you get a cloud. But there is no chuck. Like, do you see a chuck in here? Because I don't. I don't really see anything that I could stun to spawn a chuck. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe there's an easy way to stun and spawn a chuck. I have the distinct feeling that that's wrong. But better to check before there's like a well-known stun that produces a chuck. There seems to be no well-known stun producing a chuck. So, given that I don't know how to get a chuck, it is extremely questionable what this line could possibly mean then. After all, H91 question mark question mark question mark surely seems to tell me that I should eat a chuck, given that this seemed to mean get power up 70. I mean, swallow the sprite that's whose ID is 70 while it is a power up, while Mario is in state 10, aka cape, and get sprite 94 into your item box. But if that is what it means, then what do you mean? Like, what do you... I mean, somehow this really seems to mean, yeah, if you eat a charging chuck, you get a cloud. But then the question is just like, how do you get the charging chuck? Because there is no sprite ending in 1 present in the level. Is that a true claim? Is that a wrong claim? I mean, there's a moving coin, but the moving coin just seems to be useless for this purpose. What else is there? There's a P-switch, but P-switch is... no, it's... What's P-switch? Wait, what's P-switch? I should know this without looking it up. Huh, what's a P-switch? I should know what's a P-switch without looking it up. But I don't know it, I think. 3E. That sounds good. It does sound good. It does sound good. You are correct. You are correct. P-switch is 3E. Notably doesn't end in 1. And it spawns a fish, which is 15. Notably doesn't end in 1. And the power-ups from the winged block are like mushroom, which is 74. Yeah, I also wanted to say 2F, and I also wanted to see 35, but of course 2F is the springboard and 35 is the Yoshi. But 3E is the 3E is the P-switch. Okay. But 91 is the charging chuck, and somehow there is no charging chuck in here, and there's like nothing else that ends in 1. So it's like, why is this relevant? I mean, this surely seems to be very relevant here, right? But why? What if question mark 1 refers to B11? So you're telling me naked yellow Koopa. Naked yellow Koopa. Naked yellow Koopa is what you're telling me. Not quite a reasonable guess, honestly. I'll test it. So what's the claim here? Naked yellow Koopa while small. Let's be small. Let's get a naked yellow Koopa. That's sprite 90. Sprite 90. Yeah, it's the bubble. You can also get a bubble from a chuck. The fact that you can get this is actually well known, and in fact the bubble does have an item box ID of 1D. So somehow this is in fact compatible with this line. Right? So if this means B11, B00 goes to 1D, then that would in fact be consistent. But okay, so which sprites end in 1, actually? It's not so many. I mean, it's... how many is it? 13. There are 13 sprites whose ID end in 1. Can I list them all? I'm probably going to fail fairly quickly. 0-1 is the Naked Red Koopa. 1-1. Ooh, I already don't know what 1-1 is, I think. It's probably going to be some forest sprite. Could be Bouncy Paragoomba or something? No, I think Bouncy Paragoomba is 1-0. What's 1-1? I mean, 2-1 is the moving coin. What's 3-1? What's 4-1? What's 5-1? What's 6-1? What's 7-1? What's 8-1? Okay, I don't know any of these. 9-1 is the charging chuck. A1, B1, and C1. I feel like I don't know any of those. I mean, let's just try to look them up. 1-1 would have been the Buzzy Beetle. 2-1 is the moving coin. 3-1 is the Bony Beetle. 4-1 is the Dolphin. Long Jump Horizontal. 5-1 is the Ninja. 6-1 is Skull Raft. 71 is Super Koopa. Okay, I should have known that. 8-1 is changing item from a translucent block. 9-1 is a charging chuck. A1 is Bowser's bowling ball. B1 is the creating eating block. And C1 are the three flying gray turn blocks used in the forest secret area. So with all of that said, it seems like none of these sprites are particularly easy to get into this level. But I mean, yes, it is a good observation, of course, that there is no H written here. In fact, there is deliberately a question mark written here. Which you could really just take to mean B11. And I mean, it's definitely possible to get a yellow Naked Koopa. Is it? Is it possible to get a yellow Naked Koopa? I mean, of course it is, right? Because it is possible to get a yellow Shelled Koopa. Because it's possible to get a yellow Shelled Koopa, it's also possible to get a yellow Naked Koopa. But here's the problem. Only one of them can be in slot 5. You can't have a yellow shell in slot 5 and then the yellow Koopa in slot 5. That's just not how it works. So you can only turn one of them into a power-up at any given moment. And because of that restriction, which seems pretty fundamental to the approach, the B11 interpretation seems to be a useless one ultimately. But it is true that you get a bubble. So this, you could consistently interpret this as B11, B00, get bubble. But yeah. And so somehow the problem with this is that if you do this, right? I mean, let's assume you can just say, okay, well, let's do the pokey thing twice then, right? Because you might as well. But then the problem that you run into is, why did you get the brown platform? Well, presumably to do power-up implementation from this step. But if you use the brown platform to do power-up implementation, then you are no longer Cape Mario. But being Cape Mario was like somehow the key property that made this thing work. And because somehow this step requires you to be Cape Mario, you can't just do power-up incrementation and then redo the setup in order to get the yellow Naked Koopa. So you either have a yellow Shelled Koopa or you have a yellow Naked Koopa. And this is the reason why having like B11 here seems Bad. But of course, it could just be. There is another interpretation that this what this symbol could be. It could be this arrow. And then we might say, wait a second, what does this arrow mean? Oh, well, it means... Presumably it means... item box ID. Right, so this question mark could stand for this arrow. Technically, I guess? Which would then all sprites whose item box ID ends in 1. Which is all sprites whose actual ID ends in 4. Which is the green shell, a falling spiny, a green horizontal netcooper, a boss fireball, torpedo ted, the climbing net door, rope, the actual mushroom, the flying question block, 84, a whistling chuck, a floating spike ball, the non-line guided grinder, and then the gray platform that falls, C4. Hi Bugs88, welcome to me trying to read too much into a message box. No, actually I'm not trying to read too much into a message box, I'm reading the message box. But it's a very hard message box to interpret. Yeah, you could interpret the arrow as output, but you can also interpret the arrow as item box ID. Right? Because somehow that's consistent at least. And the thing is, that helps with interpreting this line. We do have an 84 sprite in the level. That's a true statement. What happens if I swallow it as small Mario? I'm not going to swallow the mushroom as small Mario. I think I know what happens then. You don't get a sprite with item box ID 1 whatever. You just don't get anything in the item box. So swallowing a mushroom works. I like that I'm actually explaining that part. As if that's the thing that's actually contentious here. Up. Okay, so all of this is fine. Now I just need to change the sprite ID of the sprite to be whatever, 84. I'm doing all of this with cheats, of course, this testing. No, this crashed the game. Did I even change? No, I changed the wrong address. Oops, I'm stupid. My bad, my bad, my bad. Messed up, messed up. Still crashes the game, but in a different way. Just to double check. Okay, I do change the correct address now at least. Also crashes. Also crashes. Wow. And they all crash in pretty boring ways. 14. Winged key. What did I even just eat? Ah, not that. What did I eat? Am I stupid? What did I just eat? 14. Let's just check the other ones. $54 also works. This crashes. $94 also works, which is clear because that's the Whistling Chuck. That's a new crash. Wait, do they just repeat? Oh, of course they repeat. Ah. This is something I should have realized a bit sooner. But this table repeats, of course, every hex 40 entries, right? Because SEC, SBC, ASL, ASL, so the two most significant bits just get cut off by this operation. SEC, SBC, 74, ASL, ASL. Or A19. So of course sprites 14, 54, 94, and D4 all give you the key when you eat them as small Mario. And because 94 is the Whistling Chuck, this is somehow well known. I mean, it's well known that the Whistling Chuck gives you the winged key, right? That's an inferi. So surely everybody knows this at this point. But this is actually what I want. Because the key is sprite 80. And being sprite 80, it does not have an item box ID starting on 1. I think that's a very simple, true claim that I'm making here. And so because of that, this is not what's being meant. This is not what's meant here. So what is meant? I have no idea. But not that. But okay, what else? Which other sprite IDs do I want to test? 1. That's a crash. 11. That's a cloud, which is plausible because after all, that's 11 is the same as 91 because of the 2 ASLs. And so you end up with the charging chuck. 21 is the coin, but actually 61 is not the coin. So 61 is what the coin would be if it weren't special cased. What the fuck are you? Why do you crash the game immediately? What? Oh. Item box ID 88. What's item box ID 88? Convert to sprite ID. FB. Okay, that's sprite FB. Oh fuck, I just crashed my emulator. Like, actually froze my emulator. Goodbye. I liked you at some point, emulator. It's like proper dead. Oops. Okay, I have no idea what happened on that one. Yeah, I think it's very good. Fuck! Maybe I should not immediately load into a save state that just crashes the game again. Oops. Maybe the safer behavior. Yeah, very good that this is special case. Let's go to 71. Just the usual crash. And this should crash the game in a boring way again. Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 Huh. I guess here this actually goes into... So what I'm showing here is that sprites 1, 41, and 81 actually behave quite differently. In the sense that sprite 81 seems to get converted. Oh wait, 81 is the 81 is the power up sprite. 81 is the changing power up sprite, so of course it gets special cased. That's why it gets special cased. Makes sense. Endure Cloud. By the way, this doesn't crash the game for some reason. Why doesn't this crash the game? What? Wait. I'm just now realizing how weird that actually is. That's 91. That's the charging chuck. That jumps to 014A13. And you know where 014A13 is. What? How am I just casually surviving a jump to 014A13? That shouldn't happen. What? But that's like... That's like weird. Like, it's just completely stable. I can't even, like, crash the game. How am I failing to crash the game off of it jumping to open bus? That's wrong. It's just wrong. Ah. How many string boards am I grabbing on Yoshi right now? The answer is 6. This is a six springboard grab on Yoshi right here. Springboards are nice. They just let you do this. This is so stupid. This is like extremely friendly springboards. Like, I'm genuinely grabbing 6 springboards on Yoshi right now. Wow. But okay, so this right here, this line right here, can have one of the following interpretations. First, if you eat a charging chuck as Small Mario, you get a cloud. It can also mean, if you eat a yellow Koopa as Small Mario, you get a gas bubble. Both of these statements are true. Neither of which is useful, but they're true statements. This claim seems to be, if you eat a charging chuck in some unknown power-up state, you get nothing. Maybe I should check that claim. I mean, that's a checkable claim. I mean, it's a very hard. It's a finite claim, so it's definitely checkable. So let's just check that claim. So this is a cloud. This is a bullet bill. This is a crash. This is a naked Koopa. This is a cloud again. Wait, why is this a cloud again? I mean, I guess it is a cloud again. This is a bullet bill again. This is a crash again? Wait, what? And this is Green Koopa again. Oh, this is what happens if you eat a Poke while all sprite slots are full. I don't think I've ever seen this interaction. Huh. This is how it looks if you try to eat a Poke if all sprite slots are full. It just like gets deleted. Wow. Wow. Poor Poke. Just gets like destroyed. Like the last segment as well, like it just gets destroyed. Wow. Okay, more power-up states. Huh. You get warped below the level and die. But you get a winged key in your item box, isn't that nice? Um, you can also get... What are you? Oh, you actually are a Rex. Rex triple stun to spawn Resnor. Yes, exactly. This is what I want to do now. Because I'm still trying to beat the level, you know, the level. Very interested in beating the level. 11. Oh. Some garbage that crashes the game when you release it from the item box. Crash game. Give key. Warp below level, die. Rex. Crash game. I feel like I'm trying too many power-up statuses at this point. I feel like this is too deep into the PI chain to be useful. Oh, another Cloud. Don't we like Cloud? Yes, I love Cloud. Can you even get nothing in the item box? Well, a priori, yes. I think. Let's check. Let's read the disassembly together again. Oh. Thank you for asking. The answer is no, you cannot get nothing in the item box. The claim is LDA either because the line is LDA item box sprite Y, BEQ no item, SDA 0 DC2. So it cannot delete your item box, but it can not change your item box, right? Which in this case would look like getting nothing in the item box. So in this sense, yes, I mean, of course you can get nothing in the item box. Because there can be a 0 in this entry. But okay, so the question is, are there any 0 bytes in this? Well, there's one 0 byte here. I want to point out this is not part of this table, right? This is a genuine new 0 byte. Now, are there any new 0 bytes somewhere? Well, certainly not the opcode bytes, because opcode 0 is BRK. Yeah, and the operands don't seem to have many 0 zeros. Yeah, I don't see any zeros here. Let's go to 0, 1, C5, 10. And just check for the 0 bytes. So I mean there's a bunch of zeros here. Sure, then there's this 0 here, which is outside the table. That's the 0 that I just pointed at. And then you go down, and there is a conspicuous lack of zeros. But there's 1 0 here. Hello? I see you. It's a 0. There's a 0. You see the 0? I see the 0. I think it's the only 0, probably. I see no other zeros. But it's good that it's here. There are some other zeros. Here. But so what's the position of the 0? It is at C5, 86. C5, 86. So what does C5, 86 mean? It means it's entry number 76 in the table. How do you reach 76 in the table? Well, by well, you take 76 and you LSR it twice. So you 76 and then you LSR 76 and then you LSR again. What is 76 divided by 4? Well, 76 is not divisible by 4, but 74 is. So that indicates that you probably want to be caped, Mario. 01C586, yes. So 74, and I LSR that twice, so that corresponds to dividing 74 by 4, and this gives me 1D. So I would... Wait, what? Ah! But okay, this is... it's SFX for the star power music. So that's an AMK hijack. Or an AMK change, anyway. This somehow it's the LDA 0D, which is the star power music, and so that's LDA 00 then. Because in fact it should probably even change the SDA 1DFB afterwards. No, it doesn't. That's weird. Well, anyway. I don't like the fact that this is an LDA 00 SDA 1DFB. It should really just be a bunch of knobs. Because what you want to do is you want to do nothing, not store 0 to 1DFB in that situation. Because if something else wrote to 1DFB, what you're doing now is you're overwriting it. But you want to do nothing. Which is not the same as writing 0. It's just that the end result 0 gets interpreted as doing nothing, but maybe some other part of the code actually did want to do something, and you're canceling that now. Okay, anyway. So what's 76? 76, LSR twice becomes 1C, no, 1D. You LSR twice, you become 1D. So you want 1D plus 73. Wait, 1D plus 73 is 90. So if you power upify a gas bubble and eat it as Cape Mario, then nothing gets in your item box. Well, that's truly not exciting. But it's funny to see the gas bubble again. It's just that the gas bubble just comes up again. Isn't that great? Oh no, it's SBC 74. Ah, wait, no, what? Oh. Oh, it's SBC 74, not 73. So it's the charging chuck. Yeah, it's not 73, it's 74. Ah, It's 91, it's the charging chuck. So what this line is really trying to tell us, is if you eat a chuck while caped, you get nothing. Well, isn't that exciting? It's approximately the least exciting thing ever. But and I guess the minus 16 and 1A. Yes, 1 question mark, A question mark. Yes, I agree. Those don't have any good interpretation. I guess what you could say is the 1 question mark, A question mark is 16A2, which is the bounce sprite Y position low byte for slot 2. Which is something that we've encountered before, right? Like somehow 1.5 hours ago, I mentioned that you want that to have a value where some tweaker bit is set or not set, or which was it again? You want the second tweaker byte, I think. No, you want the second most valuable bit of the fifth tweaker byte of slot 1D to be set. And the important thing to realize here is, of course, that minus 16 does have the second most valuable bit set. And of course, the fifth tweaker byte of sprite slot 1D resolves to 16A2. I maybe should have said that. Is that true? Is that a true statement? No. Wait, that's a wrong statement. It resolves to 16A3, sorry. Anyway, that's still 1 question mark, A question mark. It's 16A3. But this will not set 16A3 to minus 16. It just won't. Because if it did, then this would set to minus 30. Oh wait, maybe this does set to minus 32. No, minus 32 does have the second most valuable bit set. So this doesn't set to minus 32. So this doesn't set to minus 16. This is not the claim. But I guess, I mean, one question mark, a question mark, I guess is 1683? But what's minus 16 then? I mean, this is the bottom of the subscreen, right? I mean, somehow. But yeah, the bounce sprite won't land at the bottom of the subscreen. Because that's that's the thing. Oops. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's at least one block off of the bottom of the subscreen, and I mean the bounce sprite ends up above the sprite, right? Above the block, right? That's somehow how bounce sprites work. They go like up and then down a bit, but they end up. Wait, it's only 15 tiles? Oh, you're right. There's only 15. Oh, I can't count to 16. Thank you. Counting to 16 is hard. Okay. Okay, so I guess the claim here is H91 B00 goes to Cloud. H91, so Chuck go with Cape goes to nothing. And what's the claim here though? Is the claim that if you eat the cloud, that's an absurd claim, right? I mean, I guess that's easily checked anyway. Here. Wait, why do I get a brown platform again? So what I'm currently doing is I'm currently swallowing Cloud in Power Up State 4. And this is the output. It's a brown platform again. Oh, because it is ORA 19. It is not ADC 19, it is ORA 19. Oh. So in many cases, having power up state 4 and having power up state 0 is going to end up in the exact same thing. Because it is an ORA 19. With ADC you would be able to get anything from anything. Yes, you would just need to have your power-up state be extremely high. For some cases. And I mean, you can still get anything from some particular sprites. For example, from a mushroom you can actually get everything. Right, because the mushroom is 74, so after the SEC SBC is 74, you end up with 0, 0, so it's literally just 19 after ORAing. By the way, I like that this is like perfectly stable here. This is like the brown platform doesn't have any friction. And the best thing is, it's not symmetrical. On the right side, you actually rise 4 pixels higher than on the left side. And for some reason, that's still good enough to keep to conserve the energy. Like, beautiful. Truly beautiful. Inspiring S&W physics here. The frictionless pendulum. Anyway. Yeah, okay, so... But what is that line? It's somehow arrow question mark hashtag B question mark goes to question mark. Which is just so many question marks. But also, what do I do with all of this information about charging chucks? Because at the end of the day, I mean, this is very nice information about charging chucks that I got there. But there is no charging chuck in the level. There just isn't. I mean, what could come from the item box? I mean, let's take a bunch of sprites that could come from the item box. For example, a mushroom. Wow, wasn't that exciting? I ate a mushroom and I got a flower. Let's eat a flower instead. Wow, isn't that exciting? Wow, isn't that exciting? Wow, isn't that exciting? I crashed the game. I sure like crashing the game. Oh wow. I'm enjoying crashing the game. I mean, maybe I don't want to have power-up state 4. What are you? You're a 1-up. I just killed my emulator again. And all it took was touching a 1-up. Goodbye. I mean, what could it do for you? Why is it capturing the Lua console now? Hello? Why are you capturing the Lua console? It's not even open anymore. OBS is interesting program. Okay, yeah, exactly. We established that getting a key in the item box doesn't really work. But we did establish that getting an orb in the item box does work. And it doesn't crash the game. So somehow, if you somehow get to power up state 87, X 87, then that's good. And maybe there is some way of... Oh. Yeah, maybe there's some way of doing that. Did I just spawn a fish? No, I think I just got a green Koopa. Isn't that exciting? But... What the fuck? The Poké just decided to move. It just decided to move. Go faster, Pokey. What should I even do? Truly inspiring. We have a Poké with a speed of minus 103. If the Poké can go this fast, that's a good sign. Oh, also I can crush the game. I mean, I made it to power up state 5 in this way. That's something. I'm not sure how much that is, but it is something. That's not quite 87 yet, but it's 5. You see, that's more than 4. I mean, what would happen if I actually touched a mushroom now? Wow, truly inspiring. Okay, what else? I mean, some of my goal is to get to a very large power-up state at some point, right? Oh, my goal in all of this. But somehow, most things I'm trying are just garbage. And don't actually help with this goal at all. I mean, I can get exciting things like gas bubbles in my item box. Or new exciting ways to crash the emulator. And Cloud. Who doesn't like Cloud? And there's something about PI6 that helps getting power-up states. Ah, it's something like touching a 1-up in PI6, right? Um, Touching a power-up in PI6 wasn't quite it. I mean, I thought it was touching a 1-up in PI6 though. I like that this actually just works. Except that it doesn't. You see, normally when you touch a power-up, you should transform into that power-up. But here I just get it in my item box instead. But it almost seems like a non-glitchy interaction if you don't think about it enough. Until you realize that this is very broken, actually. Ah, sure. Oh, this is a vine. That was too much. Go back to 1-up. Yeah, it just crashes the game though. Yeah, it just crashes the game. PA5 is also not it. 7? No, also crashes. I mean, maybe that's part of the credit swap routes. But my game just crashes when I do it. I don't want to debug those crashes though. Yeah, I don't want to like trace log what happens during these crashes. I kind of just really don't feel like that. Especially because I think it doesn't even get you to 87. It gets you to some like random garbage value that you don't want. Which I mean, maybe it's good enough. I mean, maybe I don't want an orb, right? I mean, there are, in theory, other things that would also be useful. I mean, I checked for keys, I checked for orbs, and I checked for clouds. But actually, there's like one other thing that would be useful, which is Peach. Peach would also be useful because if you get Peach in the item box, I think she ends the level. Does she? Which sprite is Peach even? Hmm. Okay, spawning Bowser is not useful. Good thing I checked that. Spawning Bowser is not useful. You really have to spawn Peach. Let's go back to before I spawned Bowser. I feel like the Bowser is not so useful here. It's not initializing correctly, it seems, when you drop Bowser from the item box. Doesn't crash the game. Wait, that's... Seems like almost good. Are we finishing the level? We have text on screen. Did we get fireworks? We don't get the fireworks. Is that bad? All sprite slots are full. Is it bad if the fireworks don't spawn? Not so clear to me, because this animation always takes ages. Can we maybe at some point actually finish the level? Yeah, I mean there's a lot of lag, so this takes ages. I feel like I spawned too many springboards at some point. Something is calling RNG. I guess it's Peach? I feel like this is not ending the level anymore. Okay, now with less lag. I don't like what's happening to the top row of the text, but at least we get fireworks now. No, the fireworks lag the game, not the springboards anymore. The heart. And then the level ends. Okay, so you can actually end the level by spawning Peach from the item box. So I guess this gives another thing to investigate. How do you get Peach in the item box? By collecting a mushroom. Well, you just need the you just need SEC SBC 74, ASL ASL, ORA 19, TAY LDA item box sprite Y to resolve to 9. Which means you just have to find 9s. So let's look for 9s. Isn't that exciting? So we start here. And now we just look for 9s. I don't see any 9s. There's a distinct lack of 9s in here. There was an 8. Okay, this was a very funny observation. Spawning Peach from the item box, ending the level. But there is a distinct lack of 9s in here. This is very sad. Yeah, it seems like the developers thought of this and made sure that you can't get Peach in the item box. Because they realized if the player ever does that and all sprite slots are full, then they are soft locked, and that would be bad game design. So they made sure that the player can never get Peach in the item box. Yes. Surely that was what Miyamoto intended. Okay. This is very sad. Spawning a Reznor from the item box, on the other hand, won't work. Does spawning a Koopa Kid from the item box work? I mean, sometimes you have to ask for the desperate measures, right? Like, see, desperate times call for desperate measures, blah blah blah. What's a... $29 is the Koopa Kid. What do you need to add to 73 to get 29? Certainly ends in 6. B6? Let's try B6. Oh right, it's the thing where you have to loop the Koopa Kid. Well, I mean, I know at least that it's possible to loop the Koopa Kid, so... Exciting gameplay moment, of course, but it's possible. Okay, so are there any B6s? There's a lot of B9s. I'm a bit disappointed. There seems to be a distinct lack of B6s. There's a 6B to taunt me. Okay, so getting a Koopa Kid in the item box is also not a thing. And this is of course also very sad. So getting a Koopa Kid in the item box is also not an option. But if getting a Koopa Kid in the item box is also not an option, then how do I even end the level? I mean, getting a key is not an option. Getting Peach is not an option. Getting Koopa Kid is not an option. Getting an orb is an option. Getting a Boo Boss is not an option because there are not 3 items in that room. There's only 1 key. Spawning a Boo Boss is not an option. I think. Is that true? How does the Boo Boss track its HP? Okay, there's a counter for the number of hits the boss has taken. Does Boo Boss even work from the item box? I mean, only one way to find out, right? Let's put one in the item box. This should be a Boo Boss. Looks pretty functional to me. You see, S&W is just a very good game, right? Like, you just spawn your garbage from the item box. Wait a second. It only has 2 hits. I guess it shares some RAM. Ah! The flag for having been dropped from the item box is the same as the hit counter for the boo boss. So if you drop a boo boss from the item box, it starts off with having taken 1 hit. So you only need to hit it with 2 items. Um. Okay, so it's 52. His oscillation pattern wouldn't happen to use 13. No, it seems to use 14 or something. Very sad. I'm pretty sure I have tried this before. Why did I want to pause a boo boss? Ah, right, it was an Inferi. Right, an Inferi. The ghost house that Jan built like a year ago. That ended with a boo boss. Let me just open it in Lunar Magic just to show it. Was where was it? No? Ah, that's this level that I didn't understand. Hmm. Hmm. What's the level number for this level again? This one here. Wait, the level was changed. This looks very different now. This is not the version that I broke, I think. Is it? No, it is. Doesn't look different. I'm stupid. This is how it's supposed to look. Right. Right, the invisible lava. Right. And the invisible lava here. Yes, this one. Yeah, I really tried to pause this guy out of here. But it didn't work. Was very sad. I was very sad. I had really hoped that it would be possible. And it seemed like such a stupid solution that it was just perfect for Inferi. Like imagine giving this to Conan and just telling him, just like pause. Just pause. How do I know that it worked? It's 1 pixel more to the right. Okay, so Boo Boss is not an option. But if Boo Boss is not an option, then I feel like I'm out of level enders. And if I'm out of level enders, because I think a gold tape that you spawn from the item box just genuinely just doesn't work. I mean, I guess this is once again a claim that you can just test. What's an item box? What's a gold tape? Gold tape is 7B, so from the item box it would be sprite 8. There we have a gold tape. Doesn't seem to work. And if it's F0, if it's at 0, 0 and works there, then still not good, because I can't get to 0, 0. This camera doesn't scroll. I mean, I guess one way to find out if you can actually get it. Get a cape. And fly there. Woo. Oh. It's a very tall one. Huh. That's very tall. Actual option once again. Bees. Look for bees. Ah, there's A's. Except that it destroys sprite, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, but that's not an issue because... You see this? See this? Very friendly, isn't it? Just walk in here. You don't die. Great. Very nice. You're big, after all. You got the gold type at collecting a power-up. Okay, so let's look for B's in here. There was no C, but maybe there's a B. Wait, did I say B? You don't want B's. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. You want 7B, so you don't want a B, you want an 8. 8 is what I'm looking for. Oops. Good thing that I know what I'm looking for. Oh, there's an 8. How friendly. Who put that 8 here? So you just need Power up state 34. How convenient. Look for other 8s. The vanilla S&W creators were like really careful with like giving you ways to put gold tapes in your item box. Ah, there's another 8 here. It's at E2, so E2 you need power up state D2 to trigger that. And then there's one at FF, so you need power up state EF to trigger that. Okay. So let's just try and check whether any of them don't crash the game. Seems to crash the game. Yeah, this seems like it crashes the game. Yep. Seems like a game crash to me. I'm not going to like debug these game crashes, I'm just going to collect this thing and just going to check. Very spectacular crashes, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, all of them seem to crash. Okay, so getting gold tape in the item box is also not an option. Okay, so we have checked Orb, Peach, Koopa Kid, Boobos. Resno wouldn't work. Key. None of the routes to key. I mean, there were 5 options which actually would give a key in the item box, but all of them somehow either crash or kill you immediately. The ones with gold tapes all crash. There are no options to get Peach. There are no options to get Koopa Kid. There are 3 options to get a gold tape, all of them crash. There's only, which leaves me with the one option that I had figured out at the beginning of this all, you can get an orb, and it doesn't crash. But you need power up state 87, which is very large. Which seems like a bit of a problem. If you need power up state 87 for something. Because 87 is very large. Let's face that. It's a very large number. Alright, so more or less just... See, that's the orb. I don't even need to release it from the item box because everyone knows how an orb in the item box looks. I mean, that's like perhaps the most famous item box, right? What was it with PA6? Because I do remember somehow that there is a way to get from one of the lower power-up incrementation states to a very high one. Sethwing straight break route. Yes. This is what I yes. I agree. That's I think also what I had in mind. PI5, and but he uses Ace to get the higher PI state, because he does use it to get a higher PI state, right? He goes to like PI 23 or something, 21, one of those, in the 20s. Oh wow, the orb works. Okay, so power up state 87 seems to be the only one that's actually useful. Which is bad. Because I don't know how to get to power up state 87. But the other thing that I don't want to do use fast 1-up Ace to get power up state 15. Yeah. During the brown platform, PI setup eats a null sprite every time, right? It's a null sprite split on a brown platform. That's what PI is. The amount of null sprites you can get is limited by the amount of permanent sprites you can have. I mean, of course, I know that you're joking, but somehow there is actually like a completely... There's a genuine obstacle to that. Not just the fact that it is extremely annoying to do PI... to do PI 132 times. It's also just literally not possible. Because the setup for the brown platform is dependent on you having a certain power up state. So you can't just arbitrarily repeat it, unfortunately. Is that actually true? Is that actually true? Because what you're doing in that setup is oh no, but it replaces your power up by a flower, so it doesn't work. Yeah, that's the problem. In the process of getting the brown platform, your power up state actually gets changed to Fire Mario. It's just like one of the things that happens during the setup, and you can't really avoid it. I think that screws you over. But okay, so that's bad. So we end up needing to do somehow reach power up state 87, because somehow, I mean, the problem with all of this is that I genuinely just don't see any other way to beat this room, right? I mean, at some point I need to just beat this room. And so there's a distinct lack of options to beat this room. Either you somehow get this key, or you put this key in this keyhole. Or do you? Well, I don't actually know what I need to do. Setting the exit counter to 3 is, I guess, the win condition in this hack. I actually don't know what the win condition in this hack is, truly. I guess setting the exit counter to 3 is the win condition in the hack. Getting a safe box? Getting a safe box and setting the win condition? Or getting 3 exits? Getting 3 exits and a safe box, I guess, is the win condition. Right? So you need to be somehow able to return to the title screen after getting your 3 exits and actually having the 3 exits saved to the save file. So I guess this is what a winning state looks like. And how you get there is somehow a bit open. But given that you can beat every level only once, I think so, yes. I think that you need to somehow get an exit in here. Because I mean as in here, yeah, in here. Because I'm on this level on the overworld, which you can't see right now, but okay, I have it open, gives you a save prompt. Which seems good to me. Because it also has a very different event from the other levels, so somehow the event numbers of the levels definitely don't clash. They have event 1, 5, and 21. So there's no risk of clashing events. I mean, you could of course like do something ridiculous, like actually I'm a bit confused. How does Lunar Magic's no entry if level passed work? Or more precisely, I know, but this also doesn't work. No, this also doesn't work. In particular, I've already looked this up. It just says, nope. You are not supposed to 255. So yeah, as far as I can tell, I'm supposed to beat this level somehow. So yeah, as far as I can tell, I need to beat this level. Because I mean, if I don't beat this level, then what's the point? Well, I do need. Okay, sure. I mean, of course, I could just. I mean, of course, I could just trigger Ace off of this question block, right? Like, I mean, of course, I could trigger Ace off of this, just write to the exit counter, reset the game, be done. Which, I mean... Great, I guess. But somehow I still haven't figured out what this message box is actually trying to tell me, right? I mean, I got somewhat close to figuring out what the message box is trying to tell me, I guess. But I never actually figured it out. This is... I mean, somehow, how am I supposed to interpret this line? Collect something from your item box? While in a glitched power-up stage to get something? Yeah, but I mean, the fact that I can actually decipher some of it. But not all of it. Confuses me. But also, I mean, some of the thing is, if it's not supposed to be a hint, then what is it? Just a bunch of numbers to confuse you? I mean, sure, I mean, the numbers definitely connect to what's happening, right? But what are you supposed to do with these numbers once you're done? I mean, if I know what I'm doing, then why would I want to refer to these numbers ever again? Especially given half of them are obfuscated anyway, right? Like, what would I want to do with that? The other way around has the problem of seemingly being completely useless. Yes. um, My personal problem with the whole thing is that also figuring out an ace route seems much easier than actually solving anything, but at that point, where should the line be drawn? I mean, I agree that figuring out an ace route is at this point easier than actually solving the puzzle, but... I mean, in particular, it's a bit weird to me because it seems pretty clear at this point that the route that this hack wants you to do involves PI. And while PI is technically not A's, it is one of these things where you actually actively have to avoid A's the entire time. Because what you're literally doing is you're corrupting the stack to change the return address of the next RT, well, S or L, I don't know what one it is, based on the horizontal position of Yoshi, right? I mean, somehow this is what what the PI trick is, or something, right? The point is you're corrupting the stack by spitting out a null sprite, which it always does. But normally that's completely irrelevant because the stack never gets called that deep, never gets used that deeply. But when you are standing on a brown platform, on a brown rotating platform, it does get used. But what you're doing is you're literally changing a return address by overwriting it using an X position. Which... at that point you are literally moving the program counter based on the horizontal position of a sprite. That's like so ace adjacent that I'm really unhappy with doing it. It's just somehow that the PI side effect is so well known that you can claim it's not ace, because like you know what you're doing, and you're moving the program counter to something very specific. And also technically it stays inside ROM, at least while you're moving it. All of which are true statements. All of which are true statements. You are moving to program counter to somewhere in ROM, usually. But where it goes from there is, of course, a bit of a wild ride, in general. But in some cases, it also just increases your power up by 1. And then doesn't crash, for some reason. But okay, somehow the bottommost line still has a meaning, right? But then somehow exactly, somehow the question is, why does this get me anywhere? And what's up with all of this talk about chucks? Right, I mean, somehow the H91 refers to the charging chuck. That's... I think that I have established like two hours ago. And yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like, this entire route, I have no idea what it does, right? Because somehow, the entire thing why I even wanted to engage with the pokey, feather into brown rotating platform and item box thing is that the brown rotating platform allows you to do PI. And sufficiently high power up states actually give you a route, actually a road into beating level 106. Right? Which is somehow the thing that's, I mean, this level right here, right? And that's somehow the thing that's unclear. I mean, the rest of the puzzle is like kind of trivial to solve at this point. And I mean, it has been trivial to solve like for weeks. But some of the problem is that you have this level 106, which seems impossible. Except that if you enter it with power up state 87, you can just beat it. But somehow getting to power up state 87 is of course ridiculous. But some of the thing is that if you somehow manage to, then you just beat the level 106. And so because of that, somehow it seems like experimenting with higher power up states would actually lead somewhere. But yeah. But I mean, I agree that none of this has yielded anything. Like, somehow I've been staring at this message box for like ages, and I have no idea what any of this is supposed to tell me. Except, I mean, I can interpret the symbols now, right? But like, what is the point of interpreting the symbols? If I don't understand the last line. Because somehow, I mean, I use that I somehow know what to do in some sense. In the rest of the level. To figure out the first few lines, right? Like, the first few lines tell me how to get to the brown platform. I mean, I guess what this tells me is that like getting to the brown platform is like actually truly the intended thing, but I figured as much already, right? So somehow that's useless. And this is telling me something about chucks, which I mean, somehow that the cloud is relevant is also true, and I also already knew that though, because somehow, why do I know that? Well, because I looked at the disassembly, and the disassembly shows me that this hack for some reason has custom code that special cases getting the cloud from some power up eat. Like a chuck eat, right? I mean, a chuck eat can give you the cloud, and so for some reason this hack has deliberately added some custom code that special cases that. Just to make sure that you, I guess, don't go to 014A13 and like just ace the thing, but if this is supposed to be ace prevention, then there's a very obvious ace source left in the level, so that's not the point. So I guess the point is that you, instead of like crashing the game, you should not crash the game. Somehow it's crash prevention, not ace prevention, I guess. Like service to the player. But then why the moving coin check is there, like I have no idea. Like for some reason, it's very important that you don't get the cloud while there's a brown platform in slot 5 specifically. Like, hello, why is that so relevant? But okay, sure. Yes, the glitch power up sprite needs to be in 5. So I guess maybe this is telling me to eat a rotating platform? Well, glitch power up state? But I don't think a brown wait, can a brown... sorry, let me get a rotating platform for a second. Let me show you Bisshawk. I mean, I am already showing you Bisshawk, just the wrong one. So here we have a brown platform. So the thing you notice about the brown platform is that its horizontal speed is constant 0, right? Like the horizontal speed is just 0. I mean, I guess you could like try to stun it. And then move it? But like... Wow, would that be a setup? And also that would prevent you from doing PI before, I think. I guess yes, unless you store the brown platform on an invisible Yoshi's tongue and then somehow stun it that way. Yeah, no, that's... I guess that's possible, but like, are we really doing that? But I mean, okay, sure, assume for a second that we do that. Then... What do I gain from that? The question is just what's the power up you get from... Assuming that this is a brown platform, I guess. Epic crash. One more crash. Star. Feather. What do I gain from having a feather in the item box? Nothing. That's something I can do with like much less technology. Like, that's somehow a complete triviality compared to all of this nonsense I've been doing. Nope, crash the game. So if all of this crashes the game, then... So somehow eating the brown, somehow eating the brown platform is also just not it. But also eating the cloud wasn't it, right? Like I properly checked that, right? Even with glitch power-up states and so on. I think. I hope. Right, this is just how you get a brown platform again. Which... Great. Why do you want that? And this is how you crash the game. And this is how you get a star. Oh wait, oops, fucked up. This is how you get a Super Cooper. Why would you want a Super Cooper? I don't know. Wouldn't know what to do with the Super Cooper. Wouldn't know what to do with Super Cooper. Wouldn't know why I would want to crash the game that badly. What are you? I haven't really checked this out. $38. That's an Eerie. Seems pretty useless to me. It's an Eerie. I mean, I guess I can use an Eerie to spawn a keyhole, but why would I want to spawn a keyhole? In level 106 I already have a keyhole, and in level 107 I don't need a keyhole. Also, I wouldn't even know how to set the stun time of the Eerie. So, not even that helps. Okay, so all of that is not it. Oh, wait a second. I did a slight stupidity while testing. Doesn't change anything. Okay. Yeah, none of this helps. Yeah, a very inefficient point farm. That would be great. I would love a very inefficient point farm right now. I mean, back to this message box. Okay, so in trying to understand this message box, what have I achieved? I have convinced myself that getting the brown platform is really the intended thing. I have convinced myself that if you get a chuck and you eat it using while having a cape, you get nothing. Okay, sure, that was not so exciting. What are you? What are you trying to be? Well, it can even give you. But it can give you pretty much everything. Ah, so the message box is really just useless. So you just put it there to troll the player. Great. It's important to figure out one step of the puzzle. Let's just say press X to doubt. Like genuinely, has anyone figured out the puzzle by figuring out the message box? Because in fact, I mean, this is a completely rhetorical question. I mean, the answer is no, right? um, Nobody has figured out what this message box means. I mean, it's a completely stupid question, right? Because I mean, of course, I know, right? I mean, I am in fact very sure that I know all people who have beaten this, and simultaneously know that none of them have figured out what the message box means. At least as a step of the puzzle. I mean, maybe some of them figured out. I mean, some of them, the huge amount of people figured out after beating it what the message box means. But like, yeah. Okay, sure. I did figure out most of the message box, but I will tell you something here. It was also completely utterly useless, right? Like none of the information that I gained here I gained by actually deciphering the message box. I used that I know what to do in the hack as input into figuring out most of the message box. Plus having read the disassembly of the literal hack. I literally disassembled the hack. And in doing so, I have figured out that the hack, for some unbeknownst reason, special case is the cloud. Right? And because of that, I guessed that, let me just say what the line says, that H91 hashtag question mark question mark question mark arrow into nothing should probably be in B10. And the fact that I knew that this entire Yoshification nonsense that I figured out, anyway, I mean, somehow I think you get my point. My point is that I actually gained no information. Except what H and B and the arrow means, which, I mean, I guess that's strictly speaking not no information, but it's also completely inconsequential. It doesn't actually help me progress in the hack at all. You have a strat for a gas bubble. Yes? It is a true statement that I have a strat for a gas bubble. I will just accept that statement. I have a strat for a gas bubble. Also have a strat for a whole host of other stuff that's completely useless. I have also pointed out that you actually cannot get the gas bubble and the brown rotating platform in the same. Is that actually a true statement? I think that's a true statement. Yeah, it's a true statement. It's just a true statement. You only have one yellow Koopa, you have only one yellow shell, and so you can't have the yellow Koopa and the yellow shell both in slot 5. And that's somehow a very empty statement, but it's a true statement. Have you seen the hint on the overworld? I think I have not. Hmm. I mean, I guess this exists. Wait, was this not what you meant? I presume that was not what you meant. I mean, yes, there's the word. I mean, there's the word hint written there. This is a novelty in the stream, by the way. For the first time, I'm transmitting the overworld editor. This is how far you got me. Um, so yeah, I mean, isn't this exciting? Wow, wow, exciting, isn't it? A hint. Okay. Turn off animations again. Wow, this is the layer 2 event editor mode. Okay, so we have 90 plus 4 equals question mark. I mean, I guess this gives me one more thing to try. Which, I mean, pure excitement after all, right? Like, wow, there's a cloud. Isn't it exciting to have a cloud? A cloud. Isn't it exciting to have a cloud? Wow, a cloud. I have already done this today, I think. Wow, isn't it exciting? I have a cloud. We're eating a gas bubble as in Power Up State 4 and we get a cloud. Wow, a cloud. Aren't we excited to have a cloud? I swear it's uphill from here. Wow, a cloud! It's just so exciting to have a cloud. Okay, sure, but if this is like the solution of the last line, then like, how the fuck did any of this help? Whatsoever. I mean, wow, a cloud! This is truly one of the things of all time that has happened. I have a cloud. So yeah, I mean, I've done this today already. Pretty sure I've done this combination. I haven't done this combination, maybe. Wow, I crashed the game. Isn't this truly exciting? I mean, I guess in crashing the game I at least got my power-up state to 84. Isn't that exciting? 84, that's almost 87. That's only 3 off. Wow. You can't see that my power-up state is 84, but it is. It is. At least if the RAM watch doesn't lie. Which, wow, a cloud. Or maybe, wow, power-up state 84. Which is unfortunately not quite. It's extremely volatile, the crash, though. Volatile crash. Yeah. Excitement. Cloud. Yeah, okay, surely it's uphill from here. I'm not going completely insane or something. No, no. Everything that's going from here is just pure success. I swear. If there's a rotating platform, you get a coin. If there's no rotating platform, you get the cloud, but no crash. So now you might ask, why do you want a coin? And the answer is, I don't want a coin. Okay, great. I mean, in particular, it would seem weird to rely on the coin being there. And also it seems weird that the game just doesn't want to give you that cloud exactly when there is a rotating platform in slot 5. Like every other slot is fine, by the way, right? It's just the brown rotating platform is not allowed to be in slot 5. It's just very weird how specific that is. I mean, I'm just going to claim that there's never going to be a point where that condition is justified. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess unless there's like a point where you can somehow jump to that touch power-up code. Not from actually touching a power-up, but rather from somehow triggering some PI adjacent stuff. I guess that would be somehow the reason why you would want to somehow special case that. If there's a way to get to the touch power-up routine, like the actual touch power-up routine, not from touching a power-up or swallowing a power-up, but from like some actually standing on the brown platform and doing stuff with that. But then just don't put it in 5. Yeah, I mean, yes, agreed. Just don't put it in 5. But somehow sprite sort order of the Yoshi versus the brown platform is important, right? But I mean, I guess 5 is like nothing special then. Is it? I think it is. Maybe it doesn't. I thought it was. But it's only order that matters, not any specific sprite slots. I thought the order of the brown platform versus the Yoshi mattered. But anyway, I think I'm done for today. Although I do want to like look at the yellow switch palettes for a second, I guess. Oh, I'm not familiar with that glitch either. It might just be that you need it for the... I'm not sure. What I do know is that you need the sprite.org to be correct for gray platform glitch. I thought gray platform glitch worked for similar reasons than as brown platform glitch. But maybe that's not true. But I mean, somehow the point is, when does spitting out a sprite get run? I guess that's the big question. When does that get run? Hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Spitting out a sprite happens outside the normal sprite loop. Sorry, yeah, I didn't show the disassembly chase that I just did. Well, it was boring. Except if the Yoshi is dying in lava. Of course. Right? We remember that. That if Yoshi is dying in lava, then that changes everything. Oh, right! You are correct, of course. Huh. Brown chained platform. Let me just show the disassembly for a second, because this might actually be interesting. Let's do the disassembly chase. Wow, why is there so much code? Process interaction with the platform. Redraw Mario. JSR 01C9E2. JSL 00E2B2BD. JSL 01EA70. So that's the point. Right, that's the point. Okay. So, Yoshi's tongue routine is part of his graphics routine. And because the brown platform overrides the normal graphics routine in order to better draw Mario on the brown platform, this means that the Yoshi spitting out the null sprite, is now being treated as a subroutine of brown platform main. Which, if you have traced out all of the JSRs and JSLs that we have just taken, right? Because we JSR'd into a routine that just did a JSL into here, which then PHP PHK PLBs, which is one extra byte to the stack, and then a JSL to the Yoshi routine, which means that this is being called much deeper into the stack than usual. Right? And so if you somehow kept track of all of the JSRs and JSLs, we are really deep into the stack at this point. I mean, somehow, because the brown platform code itself is already a subroutine. And then that code JSRs into a routine that JSLs into here, that then JSLs into the Yoshi graphics subroutine, all while there's a PHP, PHK, PLB here, which is one additional byte, and so somehow we are much deeper into the stack than usual. And so spitting out the null sprite now changes address 01E3, and 01E3 is part of the stack. And so the innermost RTL, corresponding to this JSL, will return incorrectly because the stack got corrupted. Right? Because the stack is, of course, I mean, the entire point of the stack is to somehow keep track of JSL return locations, right? That's like the literal point of the stack. That's like the most important function of the stack. It's like keeping track of where the next JSL, where JSL got called from. And so by corrupting the stack, we somehow misalign this. I mean, we misalign the RTL that corresponds to this JSL in some sense. I guess that's the point. Because normally this routine is not somehow normally. I mean, the null sprite always corrupts 01E3, but 01E3 is somehow deep enough in the stack. I mean, it's like 29 bytes deep into the stack or something. It's not that deep, but it is deep enough for S&W in some sense. And also I want to point out here's another JSR. Right? So that's another JSR. And also PHA, PHB, PHK, PLB. So that's another 2 bytes into the stack that we're going. And we have a JSR here. Okay, then we JMP, that's fine. Sorry, we BQ. But yeah, so that doesn't explain yet why the slot would be relevant. So why is the slot relevant? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. But why would that cause the stack to be Why would that cause the stack to be different? I mean, somehow you would need to justify why that corresponds to one additional layer of the stack being used. Oh, I mean, my expected result from the Yoshi stop mattering would be somehow that... Let's just check. Ah, no, it's too late. I don't want to check this anymore. I guess I'll check it at some other point. Anyway. No, I mean, somehow the somehow, I mean, that's a very good question, right? Like, what would what do I actually expect, right? What is the actual point of all of this? Does it actually matter? I don't know. Like, I actually don't understand the brown platform glitch all that well. And neither do I understand the gray platform glitch, right? I mean, both of them are somewhat related, but they're not quite the same. Anyway. With all of that said, what have I figured out today? Not a lot, it feels like. Like, there's this cryptic message box, I have no idea what it's trying to tell me. Apparently I made huge progress, according to Magikey. I mean, I'm slightly exaggerating here, but apparently I made some actual progress by figuring out what H70 hashtag B10 arrow 94 means, and H07 hashtag B00 arrow question mark, and question mark 1 hashtag B00 arrow 1 question mark, and H91 hashtag question mark arrow into nothingness, and arrow question mark hashtag B question mark arrow question mark. Truly exciting things that I figured out there apparently. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I figured out what these symbols mean and what the question marks stand for. I just don't know why that's relevant at all. Yeah, maybe next week there will be tangible progress. Who knows? In any case, thanks for watching. And see you next week, I guess. With more of this, I guess. Have a good night.